Good morning. I made it through without not having Monday Night Football, so hopefully you guys survived too. So I'm now going to call this meeting to order of the Solano County Board of Supervisors for February 3rd, 2026. Madam Clerk, please roll. Call.
Supervisor James.
Present.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Mashburn.
Here.
And Chair Brown.
Yes.
And Supervisor Vasquez has an excused absence.
All right, I would like everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence, please. Chris, you want to lead the pledge, please? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Someday. Thank you. Madam Clerk, have there been any cards submitted, or are there callers online that wish to speak on this item, which is public comment?
I have no cards. I do have two callers on the line. Let me see if they're wishing to speak under item number 1. Callers on the line, if you wish to speak on agenda item number 1, please press *3 to raise your hand. Callers on the line, if you are looking to speak on agenda item number 1, please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, ma'am, I do have one hand raised. I'm going to read the title, and then would you like me to call?
Yes, yeah, we'll do the, yes, please.
All right, so item 1, adopt and present a resolution recognizing February 2026 as the month-long celebration of Black History Month in Solano County. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, and before the vote, I'm going to ask the person to talk. Caller with phone number ending in 11, please press *6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish, and you're speaking on agenda item number 1. Caller with phone number ending in 11, I can see that you have I can see that you have your hand raised. Did you wish to speak on agenda item number 1?
My plan was to speak during member comment, but I'm very glad for the resolution. I'll leave that there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please vote. So ordered by a vote of 4-0.
And I'll ask Bill Burnside to come up to the podium. And anyone who would like to join us at the podium, please join us. Any American of African descent and all allies, please, you're welcome to join us here at the podium. Awesome. Yes, thank you. Okay. All right, today is really, and this month is a very important month. And I'm honored that the Board of Supervisors in Solano County recognizes the importance of Black history and its importance in the fabric of the history of America. Whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month. And Americans have come together since then during the month of February to honor accomplishments of Black Americans in every area to endeavor throughout our history. And whereas these accomplishments are the most remarkable for having been won at the cost of great struggle and sacrifice by women and men who came to these shores in chains and by their descendants. And whereas Black History Month seeks to emphasize Black history and its cultural contributions to American life, and is designed to recognize and pay tribute to the many contributions of African Americans to the history, society, and culture of the United States. Black History Month celebrates the spirit, resilience, and achievements of African Americans in the arts, civil rights, education, entertainment, government, history, law, literature, medicine, military, music, politics, science, sports, and other endeavors. Whereas this year's theme for Black History Month is a century of Black history commemorations. This theme honors a century of Black history commemorations reflecting on the origins, global impact, and enduring importance of Black history in shaping an accurate, inclusive understanding of Black life in history. Now, therefore it be resolved, the Solano County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes the month of February 2026 as Black History Month, and furthermore acknowledges the historic accomplishments African Americans have achieved and the many ongoing contributions they make to our society and our local communities across Solano County. And with that, today, I'm specifically presenting this to Gail Burns' song. And I'm going to tell you why. Because she is a local artist, and when you walked in the administration office today, that art that you saw displayed is her art that she curated for Solano County. And I do have a proclamation for her as well, and she'll also share a few words. This proclamation, whereas Gail Burns' Song is a resident and artist in Solano County who worked for Solano County Courts for 16 years. And whereas she has over 40 years as a self-taught, self-trained artist, and whereas Ms. Burns' Song is an artist who creates unique mosaic, mixed media, and paintings, utilizing a variety of innovative methods to bring her art to life. And whereas she has a track record of creating impactful artwork that resonates with diverse audience, Ms. Burns' Song has prepared and shared her Black history art with Solano County annually, beginning in 2024 in the County Administration Building. And whereas African Americans have played an integral role in strengthening the nation through their resilience and the cultural heritage. Whereas Ms. Burns' Song desires to ensure that students throughout Solano County are aware of the many contributions of African Americans and is committed to continually create art to highlight those many contributions. And this is from my office to you. But at this time, I'd like to give you the floor.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. I am very honored, first of all. Hopefully I don't get emotional. But a lot of people know me in this county, and they know I could talk forever about Black history. But I know there's a time limit and there's much more important or other important business to go on today. But this is very important and it's an honor. So I did write a few things down so I would keep it short. Otherwise, I will keep going on, okay? So first of all, I would like to thank Solano County, the board, and especially Wanda Williams and her assistant, Kathy Lawton Caesar, for their due diligence and hard work allowing Black History Month to finally be acknowledged and recognized in this county. I have lived and worked in this county for 30 years, and I can testify from personal experiences that Wanda and her constituents have accomplished here, what they have accomplished here should be recognized as well. With approximately 60,000 Black and African American residents in this county, making Solano one of the most diverse counties in the Bay Area, it is certainly a milestone that we are finally here. Black History Month was established by Carter G. Woodson in 1926, first as Negro History Week, pardon me. Later expanding to a month-long observance in 1976. Later, Congress passed it into law of observance in 1986. But it has been celebrated by Black people from day one. And despite all the contributions Black people have made to this country, to include inventions that most of us use to function on a daily basis, it still took many more years for Black History Month to be acknowledged by others. And some old timers still struggle with it today. So this recognition and acknowledgement from Solano County shows we continue to move in the right direction. And in the times we are currently living, with some parts of the bad history repeating itself, Black history and art are more important than ever. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
So all that'd like to join us in the photo, please do, but we'll go down here.
It's not a family picture if they're not all here.
It's like walking down.
Right, so item number 2.
Callers on the line, if you wish to speak under agenda item number 2, please press *3 to raise your hand. Callers on the line, if you're looking to speak under agenda item number 2, please press *3 to raise your hand. Okay, they're not raising their hands. Receive a presentation from the Assessor Recorder's Office on the selection of Francis Mesa as the February 2026 Employee of the Month.
Ed?
Good morning, Chair Brown and the esteemed board. I am Glenn Zook, Assessor Recorder. With me is Lori Stone, Assistant Assessor Recorder, and our Employee of the Month, for the month of February, our Staff Analyst, Francis Mesa. And I do want to acknowledge we have some staff that could get away to help support Francis, and you see some orange. Orange is a color that Francis likes, and it matches the energy she brings to work each day. There we go. We got it. The team came up with the idea to wear orange, and I thought, you know, that's great. I have a shirt that's kind of orange. And then I thought, you know, Francis doesn't kind of just do anything. She is all in all the time. So I'm going to wear this safe in the woods, traffic cone orange to honor Francis.
Safety first.
That's right. Safety first. As an elected department head, there's a lot of things that I'm concerned about. There's probably some things that I should be concerned about. But the one thing that keeps me up at night, has me tossing and turning, is the thought of losing a key employee, a critical staff member. And Frances is one of those people for the Assessor Recorder Department. She does so much for us. She's a huge part of putting our budget together. She's involved in every big project we do as a department. She's highly involved in just daily operations, and even you organize our parties. You know, I mean, we Super Bowl potluck this week. You know, we're ready. And so, I mean, and we get all this, and I just have to follow like 3 rules with Francis. When it's budget time, don't bug her with other stuff. I'm just an occasional offender on that, you know. I think, right? I have to make sure she has her vacation approved each July so she can go to Comic-Con. She brings back some great pictures, some great stories, and shares her swag. So we want her to go. Yeah. And I'm forgetting the third rule. I want to say it's don't feed you after midnight, but I think that's from the Gremlins movie, right? Anyway, she does a wonderful job for us. She's done a wonderful job for us the last 20 years. So this is long overdue. I know she would rather be at her desk working away on something else rather than catching the spotlight here, but I'm sorry, Francis, you deserve the attention. Congratulations.
So I wanted to say just a couple of things. So Frances has been with Solano County for over 20 years. I've only known her for about a little over 10, but she is an integral part of our office. Like Glenn said, between doing the budget and helping with technical problems, she is the glue that holds our office together. She helps us with team building events. The cohesiveness of the office is very much, she's an integral part of that, right in the center of it. She's an indispensable member of the team, and we are very thankful for you every day. And on behalf of the management team and the rest of the office, we'd like to present you with some pretty flowers. Thank you, Francis.
Thanks. Like they've said, I've been with the assessor recorder for 20 years, and I have to say that this team has been the strongest that I've seen. And for that, I want to thank Glenn and Lori and the management team for being for their leadership and for being nice to me sometimes, and for the staff for being one of the hardest working people that I've been with. I mean, they're cool. I mean, I guess. And and I get, and being Employee of the Month is an honor, I suppose. Thank you.
Good job, Francis.
Come on down. You can stand behind us or in front, however it works out. Okay, before we begin public comment, I'd like to go over the process we'll be using to ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak. For those of you who are here in person, please complete a speaker card and submit it to the clerk here on my right. For those attending the meeting virtually, please press *3 to raise your hand to alert the clerk you wish to speak under public comment. The clerk will call out the last 3 digits of the phone number to let you know when it's time for you to speak. To move this efficiently as possible, the clerk will call 3 names at a time. Please line up to the right of the clerk on the side wall. When your name is called individually, please come forward to the podium and be ready to speak. Since we have 8 speakers, 3 minutes, what I would really like is if everybody could maintain the 3 minutes this time. We appreciate everyone's cooperation and patience as we work to hear as many speakers as possible. So.
The first 3 speakers are Linda Cheeseman, Jennifer LaRiviere, and Simone Arnett.
Good morning. My name is Linda Cheeseman. I'm an office supervisor here with Solano County. I'm also a bargaining team member. Under the Myers-Millis-Brown Act, this county has a legal duty to bargain in good faith. That means more than showing up. It means engaging meaningfully with proposals, not issuing blanket rejections of anything you label economic. For months, your justification has been that you must, quote unquote, balance fair compensation with the county's responsibility to maintain essential services and fiscal sustainability. But that's not bargaining. It is a talking point used to shut bargaining down. Your failure to maintain essential services does not stem from labor cost. It stems from a retention crisis you refuse to address. This county is no longer a career. It's a training ground. We hire workers, we train them, and we lose them because we cannot compete with surrounding agencies or private industry. That is not sustainability, and it is not good faith bargaining to ignore the labor market realities, driving vacancies, turnover, and service failures. You've acknowledged that new federal requirements tied to programs like Medi-Cal and CalFresh will push additional administrative work into county staff. So I ask again, who do you expect to do that work? It will not be this board. It will be workers that you cannot recruit and workers still here carrying unmanageable workloads under chronic understaffing. How many of you could answer a 911 call, intake a patient and pass the audits, prescribe psychiatric medication, or respond to a suicidal resident? These are not abstractions. These are essential services delivered by skilled workers, and you are actively pushing them out. Good faith bargaining requires solutions. It requires movement. It requires recognizing that retention is fiscal responsibility. So let me be clear, rejecting every economic proposal while services erode is not fiscal responsibility. It is negligence. When we negotiate to keep this county running efficiently, safely, and at the level of service that this county deserves. So my question is this: when you reject us at the table, what exactly are you negotiating for?
Excuse me. My name is Jennifer LaRiviere. I'm a librarian in Vallejo and a member leader for SEIU. Last week, I shared that I have lost trust in the leaders on this board, and in seeking to understand my own lack of trust and own lack of confidence in these leaders who I once had confidence in, I turned to a children's book. It's called Being Trustworthy by Mary Smalls. This book explains that being trustworthy means that people can count on you to do the right thing. And I encourage you to read it and consider how its examples apply to your current leadership. So just like Candace and Matthew, who do the things that they said they would, leaders must honor their word even when it's difficult. And this applies to your oath to Solano County. The community does not get the services they need as staffing shortages fail to meet demand. Heather resists the opportunity to manipulate the chessboard when no one's looking. You undermine the public's trust when your staff provide financial reports that emphasize revenue loss, yet our own evaluations reveal underspending by the millions for the past decade or more. The characters Paul and Greg do not keep money that does not belong to them. The funds budgeted for the difference between the 2025 and 2026 family medical plans belongs to the employees. By withholding money you have already allocated to our families, you are causing direct harm to your employees with children. I urge you to do the right thing and return these budgeted funds to the families who earned them.
While Simone is coming up, the next three speakers are Joe Ortiz, Michael Kitzes, and Mo Kashmiri. Go ahead.
Good morning, board. Ian. I really don't have anything prepared. I like to speak from the heart. This is the fourth contract. I'm Simone Arnett. I work for Child Support Services, and I'm Vice President of SEIU 1021, the Solano County chapter. It's the fourth contract that I've bargained. We've gotten to know each other, and I was looking back at the last contract. One of our team members wrote a speech. He couldn't attend that day, and I read it on his behalf with the team. And you know, we thanked you guys for coming to the table and talking to us and working something out with us. Neither side gets everything they want. You know, we understand that. You know, we're willing to build on each contract and work with you guys. You know, we want fiscal responsibility too for the community that we serve directly. They see our faces every day when we come to work. But, you know, in that speech, we talked about that we were ready to work alongside with you guys. You know, we wanted to look to the future and hope that it was one of cohesion with this board. Ultimately, you guys are our bosses. You know, we respect that, but you need to respect the work that we do too, every single day. You know, there's so many issues. I mean, there's safety issues at Health and Social Services. Clients have jumped over counters. They have harmed our members who are working to provide benefits. You know, I know my office, since we've moved to this building in 2020, I'm sure, I know we've pushed that alarm button many times to have security come assist us, you know, with unruly clients, and yet we still provide them service with a smile on our face. So all we're asking is be fair, don't harm your members. You've already allocated the money for the 2026 rates. You know, at this point now, you're making money off the employees' backs who are already hurting. So that's all I'm saying is come to the table and talk to us. You know, communication goes two ways. You know, we are adults here. Yes, we're employees, but we are also adults and your peers. So come talk to us. That's our ask. Work something out with us and stop harming the members that are helping this community. Thank you.
Hello, Joe Ortiz, Chief Shop Steward, part of the negotiation team as well. This county's approach to bargaining medical benefits is highly unusual, deeply concerning. Delaying negotiations while shifting increased healthcare costs onto employees during a time of extreme inflation places an unfair and unnecessary burden on our workforce. We urge the board to abandon these tactics and engage in meaningful negotiations. Working families shouldn't be punished just because the board refuses to come to the table. Thank you.
You ready? Good morning, board. I'm Michael Kitsis, Senior Behavioral Health Manager, President of Local 21, Unit 16, and I'm speaking for myself. I said again, you know, this is not about wages. This fight happens everywhere, and I understand why you're worried about the third year with HR 1. Good people can think about things differently. I mean that. But holding healthcare over our heads and pitting union against union and employee against employee is not ethical. It's just wrong, and I don't. This has had a tremendously bad effect. Employees feel manipulated, honestly, and disrespected. Frankly, they're done with you, and morale is at an all-time low. Most are saying, how could they do this to us? They really don't understand. They're scratching your heads. We're your employees. We don't get it. We have a recruitment and retention crisis, and your employees are telling their friends and colleagues that this is a horrible place to work. Is that really worth it? Is that worth the health care change and the couple of dollars that we're talking about, you know, this Me Too thing? The assessor recorder was here, and he says what keeps them up at night is losing key employees. The disconnect is palpable. I don't understand. They come up here and they talk like this, and you're willing to jeopardize your employee workforce for health care benefits that you already have in the budget, just to make us settle for something that we don't think is fair. I don't get that. You can start to redeem the relationship with your employees today. Today. Drop the unethical withholding of our health care benefits. Just drop it. You could have closed session today. Just say, you know what? We'll pay your health care, just like we have every year, forever. We've never had health care taken out of our benefit, out of our paycheck, ever. I've been here 27 years, ever. Make us whole for the unions that you promised the Me Too clause in order to get the one-time money and get their health care paid for, and told them that whatever we get, based on our struggle, you'll give to them too. How is that okay? Honestly, I don't get it. And nobody talks to me. I understand you can't talk up there. But I know each one of you. I've been on a board for 20 years, a school board. It shouldn't work like that. You're alienating your employees. And we have a retention problem and a recruitment problem. So we have negotiations tomorrow at 12:30. Ian, I have invited you many times. Please come to our negotiations, to Unit 16 tomorrow. Come and we'll try to work out a deal. I'm asking you again. Please consider what I'm saying. I don't get it. Thank you very much.
Before you speak, one moment. The last two in-person speakers are Joel Berrylew and Saeed Gardizi.
Hello, my name is Mo Kashmiri. I work for SEIU Local 10 to 1. As you know, we represent many of the thousands of employees that help keep the county safe, healthy, and functioning. We've been asking nicely. We've tried to come to board meetings. We've tried to set up meetings. We've tried everything we can think of. We've done a historic 4-union 2-day strike, but we're still not where we need to be. We're asking this board to instruct your bargaining team to make movement and come bargain in good faith. It doesn't help anybody to keep extending this struggle. Our commitment has not wavered. If anything, it's only strengthened. We'll do it one day longer and one day stronger until we win. What we're hoping to do is get to a place where we can work with you and the board to make sure that we take care of not just the working families in our union, but also the community, so they can get the services in a timely manner and a quality manner. So again, we're hoping you will work with us to get a fair contract for all employees and for quality public services. Thank you.
Joel, you're next.
Good morning. It's been a while since I've been able to have the time to come over here to the board and thank all of you for standing against California Forever. I greatly appreciate that. I see that since Supervisor Brown is now the chair, that stance is likely to change this year. I appreciate that. One of the best, I spend a lot of time, for reasons I won't go into, talking about just how much I love California Forever. And one of the best tools I've found for that is this Reader's Digest version of the county staff report from 2024 that talks about how much California Forever is going to cost the taxpayers of Solano County. Another good tool is this one, also pulled from county staff, which was, made readable by Solano Together. And this came from Solano Together also, that makes the county staff report about shipbuilding in Collinsville. Yeah, that's a joke. But anyway, that explains how much and how unreasonable that is. Everything that comes out of California Forever that isn't a lie is just a really sleazy sales pitch. A couple weeks ago when NASCO announced, Mare Island Dry Dock announced that they were bankrupt, it was just amazing to me that a few days later, California Forever is announcing that they have a partnership with the Nimitz Group that manages Mare Island, that, they were ready to go with the Bay Area Shipyard. The Bay Area Shipyard doesn't exist, and the newspaper article, being shills for California Forever, took their copy and tried to conflate this fanciful thing in Collinsville with somehow reviving, that they now have an entity out at Mare Island, yada, yada, yada. Well, California Forever has enough money behind them where maybe they can actually, buy up the remains of Mare Island Dry Dock, and they can, scooch some business towards them, which is exactly what Congressman Garamendi was saying all along. Prove you can do something out here before you try to tell us something else. But California Forever tries to conflate the two, and they keep on hearkening back to, there were so many thousands of ships or hundreds of ships built here at Kaiser during World War II. Yeah, the conditions for that are never going to happen again. And by the way, Henry J. Kaiser already was building ships. Then the war came along. There was a bigger demand, and Henry Ford Company taught them how to build ships more efficiently. It's got nothing to, that's not going to happen again. I just got a whole lot to say, but it ain't going to happen. I just appreciate that the board is standing against this so far, and thank you.
Saeed.
Good morning. Good morning, board. Good morning, Chair Brown. My name is Syed Gardezi. I've been working with IT department for almost 4 years. I'm here to ask you a question after telling you a story. I grew up in Pakistan under martial law, where life was defined by singularity. one leader, one curriculum, and one state-run channel. Once in a while, I would catch glimpses of American media, Mickey Mouse, Tom and Jerry, an occasional action movie. One of my earliest and most profound memories was watching The Roots. I didn't understand English at the time, yet the scenes were clear as day. A free man captured, tortured, and enslaved because of the color of his skin. That single viewing introduced me to the reality of slavery and its impact that stayed with me forever. Chair Monica Brown, I'm here to share this and ask you a question. Why have you forgotten your roots? Growing up, I had no access to American history, libraries, or music stores. Yet even I know what Juneteenth represents. You were educated by Dr. King's dream. You knew the struggles of Malcolm X. You tasted foods inspired by George Washington Carver. And you witnessed the courage of Muhammad Ali. These legacies matter. So why does it feel like they've been forgotten now that you hold office? I'm asking you personally to approve Juneteenth as an additional holiday, to honor dignity and respect for our Black coworkers. Many employers and counties have already taken this step. It's time we do the same. Please stop approaching this like a CEO decision. Instead, lead with the values that define our diverse Solano family. Approve Juneteenth as an official holiday today. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, that is the end of our speakers in the building, but I do now have two callers on the line.
Please.
Their hands, please. Caller with phone number ending in 11, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, board. My name is Elizabeth Harrison, Regional Vice President with SEIU 1021. I want to start off by saying Happy Black History Month to each and every one of you. And thank you, Supervisor Williams, for lifting up this resolution to recognize February as Black History Month in Solano County. And I also want to say to Miss Gail Birdsong, the great artistic and community work that you've done, sister. Great job. And to Frances Mesa, I don't know if we represent her in 1021, but it doesn't matter. Job well done. So I am here speaking again about the movement needed at the bargaining table to affect the health and welfare of your employees who are also your constituents and community members. This has gone on long enough, and it is time to do some meaningful bargaining. It is still harmful to hold employees hostage with the cost of health care. It is still harmful to have your employees, constituents, do the work of multiple people because of recruitment and retention problems. So nothing has changed. It's been months and months and months, and nothing has changed. So Solano County gotta go from being reactive to proactive. No more digging in the heels. When it comes to taking care of the community, unfortunately, it comes at a cost. So I want to wrap up by saying that the coalition is just as strong and it is still intact. And unfortunately, the members, your employees, are absolutely fed up with you. And I also want to say, Juneteenth, let's get that approved and in the contract in honor of Black History Month. All power to the people.
Caller on the line with phone number ending in 84, please press star 6 to unmute yourself and state your name if you wish, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, all. My name is Layla Walton. I am a resident of Vallejo. I was raised in the FSUSD school system, so I know a couple of you all's faces, especially that Monica Brown. I'm also an IHSS worker. I intentionally contracted under Contra Costa, where my client resided. I am here speaking in honor of him as he's passed away this past Friday. I'm going to recite something that he's told me and something that I'm learning from. Don't try to take on the world. Remember, only do what you can. This world is a mess. Don't worry and know that you are the woman for the job. I think we can all take heed to that. I want to speak on the fact that being a Solano County resident, I cannot find hope in employment in Solano. I purposely contracted with Contra Costa because of the wage increase, as well as they don't have to deal with this bull stance that the board has taken in the negotiating process. Understand that you guys are very responsible. You guys are the leaders of our county, and you're not leading. There has to be some sort of character enacted in you all's process. Right now, I don't see it, and it's disheartening, and it's shameful. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourself. Y'all got these people coming up there every Tuesday. It's shameful, Monica Brown. And I'm not only fed up watching it, I'm fed up having to think about it. Because I don't even know if I want to take on another client in Solano County or period. Because there is no hope for improvement as far as I can tell. Y'all got these people coming up here begging you to come to the table. Mind you, I'm also a student at San Francisco State studying labor and employment studies. This is near labor trafficking. I'm over it. Y'all need to get y'all head in the game, seriously. And like everybody has already said, enough is enough. It's been months of playing around, fiddling your fingers. And we can't move the pen unless you all show up. So I'm going to challenge you this Black History Month, shout out Black History Month. I'm going to challenge one of the board members, two of the board members, the whole entire board to show up to the table, not just continue the conversation. It takes more than just fiddling your fingers.
Chair time.
Monica Brown and everybody else. Enough said. Thank you.
That is all the speakers.
I apologize.
I said that is all the speakers we have.
Okay, that's great. Thank you all. So we'll go to the next item on the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, Chair, no additions or deletions today.
All right. I need a motion to approve the agenda. Okay, then we'll vote. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 4-0.
Are there any public comments? Am I reading?
Let me see if there are still callers on the line.
Okay.
Cards for public comment for consent.
You do not?
And I have no callers on the line.
Okay. All right. Anybody from the board, any comments on anything on consent? Thank you. I will go with Supervisor Mashburn and then to Supervisor Williams.
All right, really quickly, on consent, we have a retirement of Miss Angelita Vallejo Felix from the probation department in Solano County, and it's on consent, but she gave us 30 years of service to our county, and that deserves to be called out, besides just on the consent calendar. That's 3 decades. That's a large piece of a lifetime. And so I just wanted to take that a moment to recognize her for that and thank her for her service and all she did in the adult and juvenile division in the probation department. Angelita, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. I did have just a clarification question for item number 5, which is the authorization of legislation for Vallejo. I know I did not get an opportunity to send a request to Supervisor James for an update, so I do apologize for not having that opportunity. But I just wanted to ask, in reference to the exploratory look at the board, is the goal, because based on special district members, is the goal to increase it or decrease?
Before we go any farther, just to make sure, is it okay to answer that question? I just want to make sure. Okay. Okay, go ahead, please, Supervisor.
So there, as with any special district, is created by legislation, and with that specific board that I sit on, there's been conversation around how do we structure the district that meets the needs of community. So in order for this conversation to move forward, I would like to get the support of my colleagues to have that conversation as I sit in the county seat on that board. So that's what this item 5.
Oh, so it's not to, I was just trying to see if the goal was to make it bigger or something.
It's really to have the conversation around what the structure would look like.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you very much for the answer.
So we're good? We don't
Yes.
need to make any changes?
So
We can vote,
moved.
we can vote on consent.
Yes.
Love it. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded by somebody.
Me,
Okay,
Supervisor Williams.
I didn't catch the vote, my apologies. Who-
I'll second it.
okay,
I moved it.
Okay, got it.
all right. Okay.
So ordered by a vote of 4-0.
All right, so we've approved the consent. Hold on. And now we go to item number 9, I believe.
Number 11, ma'am.
Number 11. Okay, regular calendar, sorry, my bad. Madam Clerk, if you could read item 11, please.
Receive a presentation by the Solano Economic Development Corporation on an application to the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, also known as GoBiz, for the California Jobs First Initiative Grant Program.
So rumor has it, Chris, you're giving us a PowerPoint, is that true?
Well, I think Nancy, who's the administrative analyst who's working with us, put this together. Listen, this will be brief. We came to speak to Supervisor Mashburn, Supervisor James, and the CAO's office, the ad hoc shipbuilding community, to talk about this, and we said once we put the application in, we would come and share with the rest of you. I've been on the board of California Jobs First for the last couple years. This was something that was originally called the Community Economic Resiliency Fund, which was ARPA funds that were brought down to focus on job creation. And at some point it changed from SURF to Jobs First, and the emphasis really changed to the governor looking at what are industry sectors where we can quickly create thousands of jobs. So the last disbursement of $80 million went to 4 regions, and it was specifically focused on putting together a consortia between industry and the public sector and education where we could create jobs. You guys may know that shipbuilding was moved into the category of one of the priority industries by the governor in recent months. GoBiz reached out to us, particularly because Cal Poly is now Cal Poly Maritime in Vallejo, and they encouraged us to apply. We applied for $8.5 million for 3 different projects. I'm going to speak to the project that would be led by us at the EDC. We are the lead applicant for the whole thing, but 2 of the projects actually will be led by Cal Poly Maritime, and the CEO, Corey Cook, is here with me today to talk about those 2. So the first project is really like the architecture or the spine of this whole endeavor, and that is the project that will be led by us. It will be eventually spun out as its own nonprofit. Similarly, if you look at the award that went to the Central Valley around the bioeconomy, there's a nonprofit that leads that. And then if you look at the Space Coast, which Cal Poly was involved in as well, there's a nonprofit called REACH that leads that. So our industry partners on our project, or rather our partners are the Bay Area Council, and what we're going to rely on them is to connect us to VC money and tech coming up out of Silicon Valley. Our next partner is the East Bay EDA, led by Stephen Bader. They recently had a grant from the Economic Development Administration of the United States government to really codify their industrial base in the East Bay down into Fremont and that area. We're going to take that a step further and look at, is there a supply chain for shipbuilding that we could rely on coming out of there? So that's the role that they're going to play. Our industry partner is California Forever. They're simply just going to connect us to shipbuilders and any and all opportunities and things that they're pursuing. So that's that organization. The function will be so we can go after federal money or other big grants together. So we'll get all the pieces together. The Working Waterfront Coalition, the Workforce Development Board, our educational partners. That's the purpose of that part of the endeavor. I'm going to let Corey speak to the next two projects that we applied for.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. It's an honor to be part of this project and to have an opportunity to talk a little bit about it with you. We're the lead entity on two of the other pillars of this proposal. The first is what we're calling the Maritime Innovation Campus, which is an effort to mirror what Cal Poly has been doing with Space Vandenberg, which is a incubator accelerator. We're working with a variety of partners in that endeavor that would include researchers at the national labs, both folks on our campus and folks at Cal Poly. It would include investor communities. It would obviously include folks in industry who would be looking at new innovations, whether that's in transportation technologies or port innovations in the maritime sector broadly in the region. That's a critical pillar as far as the governor's office is concerned in the Jobs First proposal. The third component is focusing on developing a workforce ecosystem. So we're calling the Workforce Integration Network a Cradle to Careers focus. Our partners in that are the 22 Bay Area community colleges, career and technical education centers across the region, as well as the trades, working very closely with our partners in the Working Waterfront Coalition to try to expand their model of pre-apprentice trades training across the region, and trying to develop common language, common curricula, and workforce pathways for students, whether they end up matriculating at Cal Poly or whether they earn a 2-year degree at a community college or simply develop entry-level trade skills. The idea of supporting the pyramid of employment opportunities that exists in a growing and thriving maritime sector.
Yeah, so in summary, we just want to make sure that any and all shipbuilding opportunities that are going to come our way, we're going to be prepared for, from a workforce standpoint, going after the grants that we need, from developing the technology. We're agnostic to what those opportunities may be, but we're going to be prepared for them. Any questions?
I'll wait to see if my colleagues press the button, and then I have some. Mitch.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions. As you said, we've already covered all that. I just want to express support for the grant and for what you're doing, and reiterate that this board does support shipbuilding in maritime industry in this county.
Great, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from my colleagues? Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. I first and foremost, thank you for bringing this report. It is extremely high overview. However, I'll reach out to you individually. I really wanted to understand the cradle to career pathway and what that really looks like, and how that comes into fruition. And then he's already, my colleague, Chair Mashburn, has already expressed which we've already voted on shipbuilding in the past, so you already know where we stand. But again, I'll reach out to you so I can get a more deep understanding of that.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
Thank you.
Supervisor James, you're the only one who haven't spoken yet.
No, just thank you for bringing the opportunity to this county. I've had an opportunity to walk in lockstep and see this application unfold. I'm excited about how we are looking at our community. As what it was stated earlier, Solano County is one of the most diverse counties in the Bay Area and in this nation. And just this three-pronged approach meets the needs of our communities, from second chances to the college opportunities that we have here. And I am in full support of this maritime industry and all the possibilities that come along with it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So, Chris, a couple of my questions. Number one, anytime I hear nonprofit, who's running it? When are we going to also have, are we going to have quarterly updates at the board from you and the group?
Of course. Yeah, so who's running it? That's to be determined, right? If we're fortunate enough to get the grant from the state, at that point we'll go through a process of finding someone. We do have some people that we've been working with that we hope would apply for it. That would be good, I think. And we're happy to come talk to you anytime you want. So quarterly, count on it.
I personally would like quarterly, but I'll touch base with my colleagues. So to the president, the question that I have is what kind of outreach, and when I say we, that means me too, so that we can go into the high schools to get them to come to the community colleges, and which community, are we working with everybody in Solano County in terms of the community colleges? Are we talking and getting them to come to Cal Maritime first, kind of, because it's February already. Therefore, we're going to be looking at where are we going to go soon if you're a senior.
So we're working very closely with the new president superintendent of Solano College, a dear colleague of ours. We're also working with all the other local community colleges. As you may be aware, none of the community colleges offers a direct pathway in terms of the maritime industry, but very much focused on advanced manufacturing. And so we have good partnerships with Laney College in the district in Oakland, Los Medanos College, Las Positas College, Diablo Valley College in the region. So we're really looking at this as a broader, as Chris indicated, this is a broader Bay Area regional focus. So we want to be able to be partnering with all of the local Bay Area community colleges. Some of those will be pathways and trying to articulate pathways for a student to be able to come to Cal Poly Maritime Academy. But some of that is frankly just strengthening programs and having common curricula across those institutions, whether that student ends up matriculating to Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo or to some other four-year institution. For us, we're a workforce institution. We really want to support the broad breadth of the workforce in the maritime industry, whether those students end up coming to Cal Poly Maritime Academy or not. And so really wanting to focus on how we can help catalyze these connections across the broadness of the academic institutions in our region. I've had the opportunity to meet with school superintendents across our region. I think I've met with 10 superintendents, focusing very much on Solano County, but also, again, our neighboring counties, and really wanting to align with Supervisor James' leadership, the career and technical education opportunities that exist on those campuses, trying to work through some of the challenges that those districts have in terms of providing, for example, consistency in welding courses and having common instructors and having the concurrent enrollment opportunities and things like that that we can all develop, but will just take time and energy and a lot of focus from this broader ecosystem.
So I'm at Dixon High, and I want to come, but I don't have transportation to come over to wherever what you've just referred to is. What's going to be happening with that? I mean, I know Solano College has the little machine that takes them around because it's teeny. So the question that I have is, how are we going to make sure that transportation is not an impediment to folks? Because if you're going to a community college, which many of us have gone to, it's not across the street from your parents' house like mine was. So you've got to figure out some sort of transportation. So what has been the discussion, and was it embedded into the grant?
Yeah, so there are two answers to that. One is that we want to embed our educational opportunities in those schools. So one is to come to those schools directly and provide educational opportunities in those existing schools. The second is we're drawing upon the expertise of our colleagues at the Working Waterfront Coalition, who really focus on trying to remove barriers to things like transportation by coming up with grants and support for childcare and other things that we know are barriers to folks being able to access the workforce. So part of the grant does cover some of those granting around identifying barriers and then overcoming those barriers for folks who want to be involved in this ecosystem.
Okay. I'll be in, not necessarily in touch, but I'll keeping my eye on it because
Please do.
of all of the other things. And also, I'm not sure if I had a chance to mention, but the Channel 5 with that young lady, she was awesome, awesome. Good job. I would maybe put that out again, and maybe it's on your website. I haven't seen it, but she did such a great job of promoting what we're trying to do. So I like that very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Supervisor Williams.
I do have a follow-up question based off of Supervisor Brown's question. But in reference to working with all the different community colleges, and then you referenced, since it's a larger regional approach to this, Laney and other colleges, I want to know, is there any discussion that one of the community benefits is that Solano County residents have an opportunity first at these jobs and then the broader community? And I ask that only because it's imperative to me, and I'm assuming the county as a whole, that their jobs are created here for residents that live here and
Right.
then reach farther out.
I mean, I think you know I live in Vallejo, and the university that he's running is in Vallejo. And we will be the epicenter of this project. In terms of our approach with the state, this is definitely more of a mega regional request, and that's what they want as well. So we'll have to thread that needle. I think it's more important that working in conjunction with you guys, we figure out when are all the opportunities where we can put the emphasis on here, where can we pursue the funding sources that are specific to here. I mean, obviously the Working Waterfront Coalition is working on Mare Island. The technology incubator that we're proposing, we didn't say exactly where it's gonna go, but we talk about putting it in Vallejo, and we've already been looking at some places in Vallejo. It makes sense since it's gonna be in partnership with them. So obviously we're all gonna do our best to make sure that we can privilege the residents who live here, but we also have to keep this sort of broader context of the opportunity. And for some of the funding sources that we'll go after, federally or otherwise, they'll sort of dictate where we put our emphasis and in order to go pursue those funds. But yeah, I mean, I think our approach even with our peers around the region is like, look, we're the epicenter of this. This is where a lot of the opportunity is right now. But they also recognize, and I was literally just reading about Pittsburgh with like the steel plant closing and other things closing, like they understand that the opportunity is going to be for them as well. And we're going to want those workers coming from over there. You know, just like we know when Valero closes, it's not just going to impact Solano County. It's going to be an impact to the broader Bay Area. And I'm sure when Mare Island closed, it also had a broader impact than just Solano County. So I appreciate the question and also working with you guys to make sure that we can find the ways to do that.
I appreciate the response.
Yeah.
Of course, I respect a broad regional approach, but I'm also responsible for my
As well you should.
constituency. So they're gonna always come first.
Yeah, we're with you.
All right, thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, it was a presentation, and I think I kept it to under 10 minutes. That was my job.
Okay, good job.
No, that was great. Good seeing all of you guys. Nancy, anything, or are we good? Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All
Thanks very
right,
much.
thank you
Take
very
care, everybody.
much. And I'm holding you to a recorder.
We will be.
Okay, I want to know what's going on, especially as graduation is coming right now. Everybody's going to be looking for something for the summer. Are there any kind of jobs, or are we just going to try to do education during the summer?
So that's a separate question. In fact, I have a meeting this afternoon to help answer that.
Okay,
We'll follow up.
thank you, please. Okay.
Chair Brown, could we check to see if there's any public comment on this
Oh,
item?
hold on, guys, my bad, I forgot. I figured we were the public.
I have no cards on the item, and I have no callers on the line.
Okay, that's why we have county council, keep me straight. Thank you, guys. All right. To the clerk of the board, I believe we move on to the next item.
Receive a presentation from Workforce Development Board of Solano County on the local response to recent business closures and dislocated workers.
Good morning.
Morning.
Honorable Supervisors, good to be here this morning.
And somebody who said yes and probably goes home and said, did I answer that question right?
So, of course, Dave Hubble, Workforce Development Board, here to give an update on the recent business closures that we're all tracking, kind of situational awareness, what the impacts are, and then how we're responding to as a board. Hopefully I can get this clicker right. Yes. Okay. So, first, current situation. I know that everyone on the board is tracking, these closures. Of course, Budweiser that we learned about in December. Mare Island Dry Dock was a little bit of a surprise, happened during the holidays. Valero, of course, that officially got announced back on January 13th. A little bit under the radar, by the way, CVS on North Texas here in Fairfield announced their closure. And then I just received another warn just the other day after I submitted these slides. Another CVS is going to be closing, the one on Sonoma Boulevard and Vallejo. So collectively, that's more than 50 employees. Several of them, of course, are pharmacy right in the back. The big picture is more than 600 employees here within the county have been impacted by these closures. And to put that into context, I've asked my staff to do a little impact scenario. We can anticipate that best case scenario is going to be about 600 to 700 workers that are going to be impacted here by the end of the spring. Worst case scenario, by the end of the year, we can expect potentially up to 2,000 workers who will be affected by second and third order effects, right? And to put that into perspective, if you're to go on to the do a job search right now, let's say like on Indeed.com, and just do a Google search of Solano County jobs, you'll find right now that there's about 3,000 job postings here in Solano County. And if you were to actually refine that search to job postings just in the past 2 weeks, there's about 800 job openings right now in the county. And that starts from entry-level McDonald's, all the way up, right? And so the reason why I bring that up is just to share that for the folks who are in the job seeker area, it's a tough environment right now to try to find a new job. So as a result, many of these folks that we're talking about right now are going to, of course, they'll be looking here within the county, but some of them will have no choice but to look outside of the county as well, and in some cases even look outside of the state for jobs, right? So what are we doing about it, right? What is our response? So from a strategic level, we have 6 different areas of focus that we're working on. I would say the first 3 are addressing the current needs, right? Then the area number 4 and 5 are addressing the future. And then the last one is addressing stuff that's outside of our control from a workforce board. Okay, so we'll get into those here real quick. So rapid response, one of our core responsibilities as a workforce board. Of course, Mare Island Dry Dock, we conducted rapid response sessions back at the beginning of January. I know Supervisor James, you were there for that. We also conducted rapid response sessions on site at Budweiser, both for the night shift workers and the afternoon workers. And in all those cases, these are the different things that we discussed with the folks in attendance. We talked about unemployment insurance, how to apply for it, when to apply for it, how long it lasts, and there was several questions that came up from the workers. We talked about no-cost training opportunities for those who are interested in pivoting into a different career path. We talked about reemployment assistance that we provide at the Workforce Board. We talked about job readiness. Many of these folks that have been impacted have been on their jobs 10, 15, 20 plus years, right? So they're very rusty as far as sitting down for an interview or their resume, what it looks like. Some of the soft skills, some of the cultures that they're used to at Mare Island Dry Dock, completely different cultures that they may be trying to enter into, right? We also had partners from Solano Community College that came to our presentations to let the folks know about education opportunities, to include biotech, our friend Jim Duclos, gave great presentation on that. And then we also promoted to them, upcoming career fairs. Valero, the rapid response session is still pending. Their WARN initially stated that they were not going to be coordinating their efforts with the Workforce Board. I immediately reached out to them to say, what's up with that? We've come to a good understanding. I'm going to be having coffee tomorrow morning with the senior HR from Valero from San Antonio, who's in town this week, and we're going to set dates to be on site for Valero. So more to follow on that. We've also worked with the Benicia Chamber of Commerce. Back in November, we had a standing room only event with small business owners who are concerned that their businesses may be impacted by the Valero closure. We gave them a briefing about resources that can come their way, layoff aversion, and we are working with the Chamber of Commerce on that. Any questions on? Okay. All right, career fairs. So we've been working with our partners with Fairfield Adult School. They had a career fair on January 22nd. They had more than 18 employers present at that one. It went very well. We also had an on-site career fair at Budweiser that was closed to any outside interference, the media. We had more than 20 employers that were there, to include the county. There were at least 2 employees that I'm tracking that have been hired from this event from All Weather. I know that several people have job interviews lined up. It was a very successful career fair. We also are planning for, on April 2nd, the NorCal Career Fair. This is the annual career fair that we hold at Solano Community College. We anticipate upwards of 80 employers who will be at that event as well. Okay, and significantly, this is another thing that we are doing currently. Before we can ask for additional funds from the state, we need to make sure that we can handle things with the current budget that we have. So if you're familiar with how we're funded, we receive WIOA money that's basically in 3 different buckets. One that focuses on WIOA adults, one that focuses on the youth, and then another bucket that focuses specifically on dislocated workers. So with approval from our board of directors, we were able to shift, based on needs of the ground, some funding, basically about $189,000 from our WIOA adult training funds over to the dislocated worker funds in order to address our primary needs at this time. And then, in anticipation of the Valero closure, back in early December, I submitted an additional assistance grant request to the state. It is pending approval. I keep checking my phone right now because the contacts I have from the state is it could be literally any day. But it's a $3 million grant request. Of that $3 million, it would be incrementally funded on about a 2-quarter at a time basis. We requested $1.4 million to specifically address training support for dislocated workers, $500,000 that would be set aside for small businesses and layoff aversion, plus there's some support services funding that's in there as well. And then we've also separately sent an additional assistance grant request for Budweiser and Mare Island and all those others who may be impacted by those closures as well. That additional assistance grant request is about $400,000. Again, it also contains funding for dislocated worker training, small business layoff aversion. Plus, our sister workforce board in Contra Costa had already had money set aside. They were preparing for closures and oil refineries on their side of the river. Still hasn't happened yet. They're sitting on this money, and so they've pushed $200,000 our way. We should be receiving that as a sub-recipient in March, again, to address the needs for the oil refinery closure. Okay, this right here is something, Chairperson Brown, that you were just addressing earlier with Cal Poly, and that is, we are also, so I just talked about the things we're doing right now. This right here is focused on the future, right? And it's aligning our K through 14 career technical education with the local industries, right? So I've been working with the Solano County Office of Education, and we have a date on March 24th where we're going to put career technical directors from all the 6 different school districts, elected officials, plus industry leaders, to include Cal Poly, post-secondary education, all in the same room to talk about the skill sets that are needed in K through 14 that lead to these industries, and maritime is one of them. And it takes about 2 years. Supervisor Brown, you're very aware of this. It takes about 2 years for a career technical education program to be established within a high school, right? So we're actually going to be addressing school year 28 and 29 in this. But this is a moment where we can put all the thinking heads together in one room. And the SCO and the Workforce Development Board, we're calling this an inaugural event. We believe that this is something that should be going on every year. So we'll be doing this in the spring every year this time forward. We're also going to be working with Supervisor James at District 1 level. We're hosting or participating in a District 1 Workforce Board roundtable that's going to be conducted on February 12th to address District 1 needs. Okay. All right, another area of focus that we are, as far as its current and future focused, is expanding our training provider list. So we get all this WIOA funding that is meant to provide training dollars, to folks in need. The challenge is we can only use that money on approved training providers by the state, right? And right now, our current eligible training provider list is heavy on the healthcare industry, but very light on the other major industries like advanced manufacturing, maritime, public safety, security, and construction. And so we've identified this as a need. There are some barriers. There are plenty of training providers, but the barriers that we face is that if you're going to be a training provider on the state list that receives federal, state dollars, you have to have be held to performance metrics, which includes getting placed into a job, right? That's one of the challenges we have. The other challenge is cost, right? Some of these training programs that are out there are super expensive, but that's what we're working with right now, is to expand the ETPL. And then finally, the stuff that's sort of, everything I've talked about so far is stuff that we can directly address and or influence. The one thing that we cannot, of course, do is create jobs, right? We're a Workforce Development Board. We're not a workforce job creator, right? And so as I just mentioned, all the WIOA funds that we receive, they are tied to performance metrics. So even all this additional assistance grant from the $3 million I talked about from Valero, the $400,000 for Budweiser Mare Island, those are conditional upon performance metrics. We're going to be incrementally funded. And if we do not place these folks into jobs, the state will reserve the right to hold the rest of that funding back. And so this is just where we are, advocating. I'm not here to, press specifics. I'm just saying broadly, we need jobs, right? One of the things that is on my calendar is on March 3rd and 4th. There's a day at the Capitol. This is something that happens annually where Workforce Development Board leaders go, and I'll have a chance to sit down with Assemblywoman Lori Wilson, State Senator Chris Cabaldon. And my primary message is going to be the same thing that I just shared, but also just advocate for, by any means necessary, jobs. Pending your questions.
Anything from the colleagues yet?
No callers on the line, and I have no cards.
Okay. Peers? Oh, Mitch.
I don't really have any questions. Sorry. I knew you were going to say that. I don't really have any questions for you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. This is just the first wave, I think, of these types of closures and these types of things that is going to affect our county and our region, and it's really disconcerting. It's also very telling when you talk about the potential numbers, right? The secondary and third effects of this, because it's cascading with the potential for 2,000 jobs to be lost. I always hope for the best, but like to plan for the worst. And to that end, from a county perspective, You know, we're also limited in what we can do. We can create policy that helps bring industry here, as been talked about with maritime. But one of the other things that is our function that we do is to provide services. And so, as you said, many of these folks have been in these jobs, and they've been paying into the services and the safety net that we have in our community for decades. And so one of the things we need to do and need our staff to do is make sure that we have the appropriate outreach, either in partnership with you or alongside you, to reach those folks so that they understand what that safety net is and those places where it can support them. Because if there's 2,000 people and 800 jobs, there are going to be people who are going to have needs, and we're going to have to be able to be there to help them and support them until they can get that job. And so to that end, it's going to be very important for our staff to make those connections so that those folks understand what those supports are and how we can help them. That's all I have.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. Oh, yes, Supervisor James.
It's more of a comment than a question, but it's just really to thank the Workforce Development Board for all the hard work over the last few months. I know that you've been on the phone with one of us, or I know with me directly, and we've had several meetings just to look at the data, what is taking place in our county, and the possible solutions moving forward. Also, in building on that momentum and really honing in on the data in regards to the District 1 roundtable that was brought up, it's really to bridge the gap, to identify barriers, and also bring together the key stakeholders. And that includes the county social services in our safety net, but also who are our partners in the county and with the county. From labor to education, and having guest speakers like the SF Bay Ferry come to Solano and really talk about how do we upskill our residents and making sure that they have access to existing industries in Core Bay area and beyond. So I really just want to say thank you for all the hard work, because I know that it's been hit after hit with all the closures and the advocacy at the state level, and leading into a question of how do we as a board better support you? I see that you're going to Capitol Day. Do the board need to have a conversation around a support letter to say this is what you need to change the requirements so that we don't lose money, because we're not a cash-rich county. We need all the grant dollars to stay within the county to matriculate through our community. So is that something, but you let us know how we could best support you in this endeavor.
Thank you, Supervisor James. And yes, absolutely. I'll work through Ian and Megan and see what we can draft as far as, a collective message that I can bring to the Capitol.
Supervisor Williams? Oh, okay. So a question that I have would be, we still need nurses, and we might want to start, just a thought, if anybody wants to be a CNA, those kinds of things to maybe get their foot into the door in terms of anything with medical, because we need something like, 400,000 nurses in the next 10 years or something across the United States. So that's just something to think about. I don't want that to get lost. So I just wanted to let you know that we did all this on purpose just to see how you would perform when you said yes, and you've come out shining. So no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But thank you for all of that, and say hi to Tammy for me.
Will do.
Okay. Anybody else, guys? All right. Supervisor James, did you have another comment? No. Oh, okay. That's fine. You did that just to see if I was paying attention, and I won on that one. All right. So anything else? Is there anybody else call in? Okay, so we're good. All right. Thank you, and thank you for the PowerPoint. Thank you for finding us and coming and helping. I appreciate that very much. All right. Good luck with everything. Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item number 13.
Conduct a notice public hearing to consider adoption of an ordinance for zone text amendment ZT 2503 to amend Chapter 28 of the Solano County Code to correct typographical errors and update sections pertaining to parking standards for public assembly and residential uses, setbacks for kennels and catteries, side setbacks in residential traditional community zoning districts, waivers of development standards, and temporary agritourism events in the unincorporated Solano County. The project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Government Code Section 15061B3 and 15304 of CEQA guidelines.
Look at who we have here. This is what we have to do to have you guys come by and say hi to us. All right, who's going to be the spokesperson to start out? Alan, is that you?
That'll be me, Chair.
Okay.
Hi, Chair Brown, Supervisors. You know, I'm always so interested in the diversity of topics that come before you. I hope to continue that here with some zone text amendments. So thanks for having us. Alan Caller, Planning Program Manager. So as you know, we've come to you on an annual basis with some zone text amendments. We convene as a planning division in the fall each year, evaluate, you know, what's working well, what's not working well, and we identify periodically some things in the code that needs to be changed for efficiency, and it really helps us eliminate ambiguities and really promotes internal consistency in the code, as well as allows us to be better public servants. And so that's what we're bringing before you today here. And so this is a combination of 7 updates. Basically, I'll be brief in what they are. The first update, as is found in your staff reports, has to do with some basic typographical errors that we've identified. The second update has to do with parking standards for assembly uses. We find that there is a standard set forth in the zone text regulations, and occasionally for specific public assembly uses there are different standards, and we're just clarifying that where those different standards are identified in the code, those control over the general standards. A third update here has to do with parking standards for single and multifamily dwellings. We've found that there's been some a high level of waivers that come forth on parking requirements here. And so we're looking to standardize those by offering additional flexibility with how they can meet the regulations. So there's a 18 by 18 foot area, which is about 324 square feet. That's required to meet the parking code, and that can be accommodated in this update through an enclosed garage, a carport, or an uncovered area that's allowed and dedicated for parking. We found that that would offer some additional flexibility that could eliminate the need for waivers to come forth. Fourth update here has to do with setbacks for kennels and catteries. We had identified in the code that there's 200 feet setback for those activities. And on some of our smaller parcels in the counties, that's impossible to meet that standard. And so we've reduced that standard to 60 feet. We felt that that was an adequate distance to still limit the impact of these facilities on their neighbors. And we've applied that to all zone districts. And so that's something we feel comfortable with as a option there to allow people to meet that setback requirement consistently. Fifth update here has to do with side yard setbacks. There's something called a combined side setback in the code. It's created a fair amount of confusion among staff as how do we enforce that. And the recommendation here is really just to remove the combined setback and stick with the pure side yard setback. It's much cleaner, has the same effect. And so we've eliminated that on this fifth update here.
Just one second, Alan,
Yes.
what would be an example of that? Because
Yeah, so for instance, it's a good question, Supervisor Brown, because on occasion, when we've looked at it in the code, it just didn't really resonate and make sense with us as planners. There's side yard setbacks that are, for instance, in the RTC, residential traditional, community districts, yeah, that's right, not commercial, and that require 10 feet, 5 feet setbacks, et cetera, depending on the lot size. This combined setback was a departure from those setbacks, which we felt were adequate. So there were different numbers for setbacks, and the question always is, why setback that distance when the side yard setback suffices?
Okay,
So,
okay.
so we deferred to just a pure side yard setback for clarity.
I'm just being selfish asking that because I want to expand my house to add an ADU, but I can only go back so far. So we might be talking down the road when I save enough money to do that.
Sure thing. We're
Okay.
happy to help there.
All right.
Please
Just,
reach
I
out.
apologize. Yes.
In the code currently, we have a setback that's set, say, at 5 feet on each side.
Right.
There's also a combined number of 10 feet. Logically, you think that's 5 plus 5 feet. The ambiguity comes is that someone could say, I want 7 on this side and 3 on the other. Eliminating that to just 5 on both sides is much cleaner. That's the clarity.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, it does, because I was only told I could do 5 on each side. So, okay, got it, okay. So, yeah, no, that does help, I appreciate that. Thank you all for indulging me for a second. Go ahead, keep
Sure thing.
going, Alan.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. And the sixth update here has to do with, again, a waiver situation for residential development standards. This, what we find is this requirement here has to do with waivers that we receive to address the need for okay, yeah, this is there was a planning commission update here that's of note as well. So these were residential standards where the director has the ability to grant a waiver administratively unless the project receives a written objection from a neighbor following a public notice. So if a project's noticed, there's no complaints, it's an administrative process, pretty straightforward. If there's a complaint received, then there would be a need for, that would kick it to a public hearing process. So that's what would trigger a public hearing by the Planning Commission. We had identified that those waivers would be heard by the zoning administrator as a lower regulatory bar, but the Planning Commission actually recommended, due to the kind of the objective nature or possibly subjective nature of those decisions, that those waivers come before the Planning Commission as opposed to the zoning administrator. And planning staff's in support of that recommendation.
Sounds good. All right. Oh, Mitch, my bad.
Okay. Thank you. I just had a real quick question going back to number 5, Alan. I just wanted to clarify because I want to make sure that the public and the board understands that we're not studying these for any other municipalities within the county. So this isn't going to affect anybody who lives in the city. This is only for those developments that are within the county in an unincorporated Solano County. So with regard to setbacks and those types of things, we don't have a lot of residential development with regard to, we have rural residential, but we don't have residential of the type that most people would think about, where you have a 6,000 square foot lot and somebody's building 3 feet from the side of that lot right up against their neighbor, where they can just reach out and touch their neighbor's house out the window, right? That's not what we're talking about. Our smallest designation, I think, is 2.5 acres. So there's really a difference for us when we talk about setbacks. And I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that, and that it's not going to be affecting any of the cities in Solano County. All of them have their own regulation with regard to setbacks and all those types of things. I just wanted to get that clarification.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification there, Supervisor Ashburn. You know, there are some residential zone districts in the Homemakers neighborhood that are less than a half acre, down as low as 6,000 square feet. But we have some duplex zoning actually in there, which is interesting. Okay, and so on to the seventh and final update here. This has to do with temporary agritourism events. Currently, these events are issued for 1 year, and they lapse if they're not used by a specified date. And so our suggestion here is actually to create additional flexibility and frankly less of a hassle for the applicants to allow those permits to be granted for up to 3 years. And it specifically came up recently with regards to a sheepdog herding trial application from Mr. Almedveds. And so when we looked at it and the fact that he would come back to us annually for the same event, we thought, you know, to promote agritourism, it would be better to allow that for a 3-year period. And these are events, temporary agritourism events that don't have any new structures or buildings associated with them, and they're just seasonal, generally events. So it was our hope to create additional flexibility for those folks wishing to do agritourism. And,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. I looked and then looked again. Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. I definitely want to ask a question for the extension. Does that mean they'll pay 3 times the amount? Or because they're paying for the 3 years, or is it just one set fee that will cover the 3-year?
Thank you, Supervisor. It's a great question. So what happens there is a fee paid annually for the 3-year period. It would be renewed on an annual basis. At least the fee would be paid on an annual,
Okay,
and
so-
that could be mailed in as opposed to coming in, filling out forms, and getting a new permit.
Oh, okay. All right. And can they use, other than mailing a check, do we offer other options?
Yes, in fact, I think it's important to note, and I think in the planning division can do a bit better job of getting the word out, but this might be a good venue to do that. We offer a payment plan for agritourism permits, so it could be divided quarterly. And I've talked with our administrative staff, and they'll accept those quarterly payments for that permit fee. So it's another added bonus that we hope to offer for flexibility.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and there's online payments available. Yeah, through our new website portal.
Well, I like that you're thinking of how to make it easier for those that are doing these type of activities. I've had the privilege of actually attending one of those events, and it was really cool.
That's great.
A lot of mud, lots of mud, but it was fun. Okay, that was just my questions, and thank you for this work.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair.
And with that, that concludes my presentation, and we would just, staff recommends that the board adopt the proposed ordinance, CT 2503.
All right, so we're going to hear from Cassandra James.
Just quick question about the 6 update. So are complaints only received during the noticing period and not after it's approved? I know that James and I, we've been very familiar with each other over the last few weeks.
Could it be the same one I'm thinking of?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor. You know, the county will receive complaints anytime, basically, and we do occasionally. Many times through the noticing process, it's, you know, the immediate neighbors, so they have a chance to weigh in, and depending on, you know, the good neighbor policy, whether it applies or not, that's an option in which to, you know, speak up if there's somebody taking issue with a particular project. But we will receive complaints anytime. And as we all know, we are a complaints-based organization, so when we do receive complaints, we act on them, but we don't proactively go out looking for problems. We're not resourced to do that, so.
Yep, I would add to that. So during the permitting process, we receive comments, and we'll address those comments as we go through the process. Once we issue the permit, then we monitor, and any complaint, anytime we'll investigate. And then every 5 years, we go through the renewal process. So those go into consideration when we consider the renewals. Yep.
Okay, public comment? Oh, I'm supposed to, this is why we have her. is this when I have to hit this? So I'm opening public comment to this particular item. That's all I'm going to say on that one. All right.
I have no cards submitted for this item, and I have no callers on the line.
So then I can do this again and say I'm ending it? Okay. Can I picture someone's face as I do this? Public comment is over. I just find that trippy. Somebody had to think of that. Okay. I don't know how you did it because I just find it crazy. All right, so we have a recommendation. Okay. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any public comment on the staff recommendation? Hearing none, we'll vote.
Sorted by a vote of 4-0.
All right.
Thank
It
you,
was a
Supervisor.
pleasure to see all of you. Thank you. It's nice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have reached closed session. I'd like the clerk of the board to read the title of the closed session, please.
Conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Solano County representatives and employee organizations as listed in the agenda. And conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, in-home supportive services authority representatives and employee organizations as listed in the agenda.
So I get the pleasure of using the gavel again. So we are going to, I'm assuming there's no public comment that we can do this, right? Okay. So we are going to, we meaning the board up here, we're adjourning the meeting of the Solano County Board of Supervisors to closed session. We will come back, or fancy word, reconvene at 2 p.m. Then I hit again.
You're good.
Beg your pardon?
You're good. You already.
Oh, I'm good.
You're good.
Okay, I don't get to, when I come back, it's when I do, okay, got it. Okay, think about it. Somebody had to come up with these rules. Just crazy. Okay, so we're meeting upstairs, or tell Oh, they are off. Okay. Sorry. This is what happens when you come back after lunch. So we already did that. Okay, comments. Okay. So, sorry guys. Okay. All right. All right, so let me see if I have this correct. So there's not going to be any reporting out of closed session, right? That is correct, okay. So since we will not have a report out of closed session, we are going to move to board member comments and report on meetings. So just to be fun, since the one I just mentioned right there, we're going to go to the right first.
Well, thank you, Chair Brown.
Anytime.
Oh, well, it's good to be back for round two. So just my closing comments for the day. I want to reiterate that this Thursday at Solano Community College, myself and the Solano Associated Student Services, they're actually the school's governing board. We have partnered together for a town hall that will take place on February 5th, Thursday, at 1 o'clock, 1 till 2:30 in the afternoon. It is free and open to the public. The college has also made parking available at no charge, but it must be in Lot 2. That's the only lot available to attend. And the event will take place in the Solano Community College Theater. And it's a beautiful theater. So would love to invite all board members because it's free, open to the public. And we will discuss some high topic issues that our community college students and attendees are concerned about. One is transportation, and of course, financial aid is also another topic that they'll discuss. Immigration, where's the county stance on immigration? And then last but not least, medical. With the HR 1 possibility of continuing to cut things, they want to know how does that impact them. And also we will have vendors available in addition, and Partnership Health Plan will be one of the vendors helping students or individuals get signed up for different services that they provide. So it's open to all. Please come out, share in your sphere of influence. Thank you.
Mr. Mashburn?
I have nothing to report out.
Ooh. I like that. Supervisor James?
Thank you, and I just want you guys to indulge me a little bit as it is a tad bit long. So Super Bowl is in the Bay Area, and wanting to encourage everyone to celebrate responsibly and support our local businesses by having watch parties at our local businesses and shopping locally. But these major events bring energy and opportunity to our region, and it's important that our communities benefit from the momentum. At the same time, it's also critical to acknowledge that large-scale events can coincide with increased risk of exploitation. California, with its large immigrant communities, the world's 5th largest economy, and extensive international border, is considered one of the top 4 states in the U.S. for human trafficking. This directly impacts communities here in Solano County and specifically in my district, Vallejo. Last week, I attended the Sane Start Human Trafficking Awareness Conference and had an opportunity to speak about our partnership and the work that we've been doing collectively. And last month, during Human Trafficking Awareness Month, we did not hold a formal presentation out of respect for the volume of public comment, but it is important for us to uplift this issue. And Solano County is actively participating in the Safety for the Bay project. It's a regional initiative to raise awareness of victim services and strengthen coordinated responses to human trafficking. This resource provides information, reporting tools, and ways to stay safe during large events and in our daily lives. And community members can learn more at safety4thebay.org. And in regards to immigration, I want to share an update on immigration-related work and the steps that my office in particular has taken to support community. We have been working closely with our North Bay Rapid Response Team in supporting local organizations and hosting education town halls throughout District 1 to ensure residents have accurate information and access to resources. A few months ago, there was a Vallejo resident that was detained by ICE in a different county, and that is why we have taken such a strong stance to make sure that our residents know their rights and how they can protect themselves when they're crossing county lines. And we have been very clear that the board has not taken any additional enforcement actions, and the county is operating under the existing state law, SB 54. Last week, Yuritsi and I participated in a regional convening of Bay Area supervisors from all 9 counties, and this was the 3rd convening, and it has continued to grow, bringing together not only supervisors, but county departments, attorneys, and for the first time, community partners, which included rapid response teams from each of the regions. We shared best practices around communications, safety measures, and volunteer engagement. And we also heard from the county administrator from Minnesota, who expressed appreciation that someone from our region reached out to check in during a difficult moment. So, and it just underscores the importance of just connection across our jurisdictions. So, and then for community members who want to get involved or learn more about the available resources, this information will be included in our monthly newsletter that will come out this Friday. And to our immigrant communities, we just want to reiterate that I see you and you're valued and you belong. So please be safe, especially over the next few days. As we receive information, we'll continue to share updates in both English and Spanish through our social media channels. And then last but not least, I wanted to provide clarification in regards to White Slough and the county's role. It came up, and I had a town hall last Thursday where it was brought up in that conversation around my statement that the city of Vallejo should take lead. I stand by that statement. And White Slough is within the city's jurisdiction, and it's appropriate for the city in coordination with our JPA, Cap Solano, to lead on that, particularly given the current litigation around what's taking place. That doesn't mean that the county should disengage or there should not be any partnership. I believe the county should be involved and just have the conversations of how do we best support the city and also the JPA Solano. The conversation has already been raised with Councilmember Pomares, who's that encampment sits within his district, and also Councilmember Dr. Letiju, who is the lead for the city of Vallejo on the JPA. And I believe that the partnership and not oversight is the most effective path moving forward. So thank you for indulging me in my long comment today, which is rare, and be safe. Thank you.
So we're going to keep tally to make sure it stays rare? No, I'm just teasing. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you read the title for agenda item number 11?
Public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, titled Director of Library Services.
Okay, we will adjourn, and I don't believe we're going to be reporting out, so we're going to adjourn, and the Board of Supervisors will meet then on February 10th at 9 a.m., and we are adjourned.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at www.webex.com.